Hello, everyone. Good morning. Happy Sunday, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're doing well. Let me know how you guys are doing or what you're planning on doing today in the comments. I have a poll up because I need your help. So I'm going to be currently reading the Mirrorwood, but I think I only have like an hour left on the audio, and I know I'm gonna yeah, I have 50 minutes left on the audio. So I'll definitely finish in that first sprint. And I would like your guys' opinion on what I should start next. So I have two books there. The A House of Bells is a mystery horror. I think it could also be a fantasy horror, but I think it's more mystery horror. Um, and it's about a house where some odd things happen. I know that there's a mute child that someone's trying to help out. I don't know a ton about it. I'm kind of going in blind, but it came across my like Libby scrolling, and I'm interested. So there's that one, and then there's the Broken Heart of Aurelium, which is a fantasy that is, I think, self-published. It's either self-published or just by a smaller press, and it also popped up on my Libby feed, and I liked the cover, and I read the synopsis at the time, but I don't remember what it's about. I think it has something to do with there were 12 knights in the realm that saved it from this really horrible evil and kind of pushed that evil underground, but now it's reawakening and they have to figure out what to do. So pick between those two, help me out. I have a lot of different things that I'm going to be doing today. I think my plan for right now is to be on screen for half of every sprint, if that makes sense. So I have a lot of things that I need to do around the house, laundry and cleaning and things like that. And so I'm going to listen to my audiobooks as I'm doing those things. But then I want to do them in like short spurts so I don't burn myself out. So I think I'll take 30 minutes of every sprint to kind of do something in the house, and then I'll come and kind of hang out, maybe play cards on screen while I'm reading my audiobooks. So that's my plan. What else? There's something else I was going to say, and now I don't recall what it was. Oh, other books I am reading right now, but I'm just not going to read them on screen. So Inkheart, Leandra, which I know Leandra is in the comments. Leandra and I have our podcast book for May, which is Inkheart, which is a German translation, and it's a fantasy middle grade. So if you want to join us in the month of May, we're going to be reading that, but we're currently reading it to record and to make sure that they're ready for the month of May. But I didn't want to read that on screen since I can't share my thoughts with you. And then I also am in the middle of A Drop of Corruption, which I'm also reading with Leandra and Julie from Keep Calm with Books and Coffee. But that's a physical read. And so I didn't want to read that on sprints because I knew I was going to have to be moving around. I did get my copy. I have it on ebook because I did get this from NetGalley early, but I did pre-order it. So I've already gotten my book. So I now have the physical copy, which I'm very excited about. But I won't be reading that today. It is great though. We're 50% of the way through, and I think all of us are enjoying ourselves. So very fun times. And just so you guys know, I know that those polls sometimes mess up people being able to comment. So I'll probably have the poll active for another 2 or 3 minutes, maybe 4 minutes more. And then I'll shut that off just so you guys have it. But let us see who is in the comments. Hello, Leandra. Good morning. Hope you're doing well, friend. Tara is also here. Hello, Tara. And Nadeem, good morning. Carpe Demon is here. Carpe Demon. Good morning. Emily is here. Hello, everyone. I'm going to be working on groceries, and then I'll work some more on Stellar Loon, Book 9 of Keeper of the Lost Cities. That is a middle grade series I need to get to. I've heard amazing things about it, and I didn't realize there were 9 books. How many books are there in the series, Emily? I also need to do a grocery list today. Hello, Isra. Make sure, if I'm not pronouncing it right, please let me know. Isra, good morning or afternoon. I'm going to try and finish City of Bones. I have right under 200 pages left. You can totally do it. Yeah, we're going to be here for 3 sprints, 3 hour-long sprints. Currently reading Lock Every Door by Riley Sager. I hope you're enjoying it, Nadim. Tennille is also here. Hello, Tennille. I'm waiting for my copy of A Drop of Corruption to arrive. I hope it arrives soon. I know that I got mine a day early or earlier than I was supposed to get it because I ordered from Barnes and Noble and they don't. I know that some companies will deliver like the day that it's out, which that's not what Barnes and Noble does, at least not in my area. They will ship it on the day that it comes out, and then of course you have to wait for the mail service to deliver it to you. I have chores, but I also want to read Spin of Fate. We can do both. Maybe do halvesies on the sprints like I'm doing. Yes, I know. I don't have both editions. The other edition, Leandra and I were talking about the covers, like the US covers versus the UK covers, and how beautiful both of them are. And the fact that, like, it's always funny whenever you have a book, typically either the US edition or the UK edition is prettier, but I actually like both of them for A Drop of Corruption. I think they're both very fitting for the story, and they're beautiful. Hello, Beatrice. Welcome. Glad to see you here. Yeah, I'm doing well. It's been good. Trying to rest. Oh no, I caught a stomach bug and I don't feel very well. Well, yes, take some rest. We'll be here for company if you need us, but also feel free to mute or, go to sleep, ignore us. Take care of yourself, friend. That's no fun. Okay, there will be 10 books total. There is eight published right now? So is the ninth one maybe an arc that you have, Emily? Oh, good. I'm glad. It's always something I try, but I'm not very good at it. So I'm glad I got it right. Hello, Ro. Welcome. There is an 8.5 and a 9.5 published with bonus material. That's awesome. That's always fun when they throw in something extra. Although and it might be better with middle grade. I know that some books, when they have bonus material, it's hard for me to figure out how to get it. Sometimes they're published in the back of the book. So like maybe there's like a little extra chapter or extra short story in the back of the book. And sometimes they publish them as extra novellas. I've been trying to get the little novellas that the library series by Mark Lawrence starts with The Book That Wouldn't Burn. I've been trying to figure out the short stories because there's two short stories. One of them is called Overdue, and one of them is, I'm not going to remember, but they're in a bind up now called Missing Pages, but I can't find it anywhere. So, or I can't find, I guess I should say I couldn't find it in my library. I need to probably just buy it, but I've been trying to find them elsewhere. Good morning. I'll be reading Mufasa, the Lion King, the new one, and The Babysitter's Club. Amazing. I hope you're enjoying them. Currently rereading The Tainted Cup because the entire book has left my brain. I understand. There have been some moments that I definitely, especially with like location names in the book and where you're at, that I've had to go back and look. So I understand wanting to reinsert some knowledge into your brain before moving on to A Drop of Corruption. My weekend goal is to finish everything I have out on Libby. Oh my goodness, how many things do you have out? Currently listening to The House of My Mother. Yeah, this would be lovely. I would love to do this, but I think I currently have, let's see. I bet I have 10 books on loan. That'd be my guess. Maybe yep, 10 books. There's no way. If I could pause time, yeah, I would do that. That'd be lovely. I did indeed splurge and get both the US and UK editions. I love it. I think it's fantastic. Oh, no worries. 9.5 is published right now, so they're just waiting for book 10. Amazing. I didn't realize it was going to be that long of a series. I know that, who was that on Battle of the Booktubers? I think it was Victoria that got recommended that, the first book in Keeper of Velocities. And that's what put it on my radar, because they're chunky middle grade too, which I think I would like. Oh, you're loving Mistborn. Yay. I'm so excited. I actually was looking at these. So I love Mistborn, but I don't own them. That's one of the original Sandersons that I've read that I still don't own. And I was looking at them in Barnes and Noble the other day, and I'm like, should I just buy the series? Because I do like the new covers that they have. But I'm glad that you're liking it. Currently have 5 books plus 1 audio out on Libby. Have you started any of them? Or is today today is the day that I'm doing all of it? Twinsies. I have 10 books on my Libby too. It's easy to do. Yeah. Sometimes I get myself in trouble because I'm like, okay, I can borrow each book for 21 days. So it's okay to have 21 loans, right? It makes sense. And Elin, I really enjoy this character. Aw, I'm glad. I really like his character as well. Hello, Kisa. Thank you for the pronunciation guide. I appreciate that. Hello, Kisa. I also want to finish my Libby book. What book are you reading? I have the white cover. Oh, yes. I love those as well. And you'll have to let me know. I can't remember. I know that the white covers, they split the books in Stormlight because they're chunky. And so they have like a part 1 of Way of Kings and a part 2 of Way of Kings. Do they do that with Mistborn, or is it all in one book for like the first book in the series? I just wonder. I do like those covers. I'm also almost done with the audio, and I'm halfway through 2 of the books. So you've made some good progress. You can totally, yeah. I have faith in you. You can get this done. Okay, Mistborn is all one book. Good, good, good. Okay, guys, I'm going to give you 1 more minute to fill out the poll if you haven't yet. So make your way there. For those of you who joined a little later after the intro, I'm having you guys pick my next read. Mirrorwood, I have about an hour left in the audio. So I just want your guys' opinion on what I should read next. The options are House of Mirrors, House of Bells, which is mystery horror, and then the Broken Heart of Aurelium, which is a fantasy that I would like to get to at some point. So around 650 pages. Yeah, they're chunky, but I love them. I think they read really quick too. I started with Stormlight whenever I first started Sanderson, but Mistborn was my second experience with Sanderson, and I really enjoyed them. I think they're great. And I know I've told you guys this before, but I freaking love the ending. The ending of Stormlight, or the ending of Mistborn Era 1 is still to this day my all-time favorite ending to a series. So that's very fun. And I did just reread it. I need to actually continue on with my reading of Era 2 because I've never actually finished Era 2. I've read, I think, the first, how many books are there in Era 2 right now? Are there 4 or 5? I know The Lost Metal was the last one, and I think it's supposed to finish out the series. I think I've only read the first 2 Era 2 books, if I remember correctly. Maybe. I think that's right. But I just wanted to to go through all of the books in Mistborn to kind of refresh my memory. And so that's what I did last year. I think I started my reread in 2023, and then I finished my Era 1 reread last year. And now I need to move on to Era 2. Thank you, Emily. Era 2 has 4. So yeah, I think I've read the first 2. And then I've never read the third or the fourth book. So I'm excited to get to that. Let's see what you guys chose for the poll. It looks like House of Bells won the poll. It was a 73%. Yeah, House of Bells is 73%. I am excited about it. It's something I've never heard of, or I hadn't heard of. Actually, I hadn't heard of either of these titles before. But it's not a new release. I think it was published a couple of years ago. So that will be what I read. We'll have a little bit of a spooky day today with the mystery horror. So we are ready for our first sprint, guys. We are going to do 60-minute sprints here. And like I said, half of the sprint I'll be off camera, and then half of the sprint I will be here. I would love to have you guys hang out with me today. So if you would like to stay and be productive, I would love it. But I also get it if you have other places to be. Thank you for being here with me on this beautiful Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And I will see you guys in 60 minutes. Go be productive. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Let me know how you guys did that sprint. I have finished Muirwood and I started Bell or a House of Bells. I'm about 10% in to House of Bells. Muirwood, I think I think it was cute, but I do think that it ran into some typical issues that sometimes I have with middle grade with some conveniences. But I still think it was a cute story. So I think it's probably going to be in the 3-star range. I'm debating between a 3.5 and a 3.75. So still a really good story, one that I would recommend. It's just not a new favorite. I got some laundry done. I put in I just have one load and it's not done yet. So still making progress there. We'll have to do some more of that next sprint. House of Bells, I can tell you a little bit more about being 10% in. So we already have a death. I wanted to say a murder, but we don't know if it's a murder yet. And I can't tell if we have a timeline, like a not a hidden, well, yeah, kind of a hidden timeline. I can't tell if the death that we had, the first little part of the book was about an inspector and a doctor examining the body and talking about the different possibilities of how she could have passed away. And um, then we go to a completely different scene. And I don't know if the scene that we're at now is in the future or in the past. I really need to pay attention to names. I think it might be in the past. And so, like, we know who's going to die in the storyline, I think, might be what's going to happen. And we have a character whose name is Grace. And I know that she's in the synopsis. So I think she's going to be the main character. She is a, this is historical, and I can't remember what the name they use for it, but she's essentially a nanny, but also a governess. Is that the word that they use? She's a governess, and she also helps educate this young boy who does not speak. And she's trying to help him gain his speech as well. And there's talk of bells, like the staircase full of bells, because there's a lot of mystery going on about the house, like potentially having some type of treasure hidden there, but also talk of spirits and ghouls. And so I don't know. It's a lot of mystery at the moment. So I'm enjoying it so far. Let us see what you guys got done. And I did think I Yeah, I missed this comment. Hello, everyone. It's about 4:15 over here, and this was last hour. So, yes, well, hello from the future, or I guess I should say hello from the past, because yeah, it's 10:18 here. So I hope you're having a good afternoon. And Leandra said the same thing. And then Jen joined us. Hello, Jen. Just waking up here. Hope everyone is well. I have 55 pages left in Wall of Storms and we'll finish this morning. I put it down a little after 10 last night. Something happened and it was a no moment. Too intense for that close to bedtime. I totally get that. It's hard to put those books down though and actually get some sleep. So I'm glad that you did that. I hope you enjoy the ending today. Rainy also joined us. Hello, Rainy. Welcome. Grocery shopping now and reading a new indie romantasy, Direbound, and loving it. I love to hear that. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Julie also joined us. Lots of friends. Hello, Julie. Currently doing crafting, but wanted to say hello. Well, hello. Thanks for popping in. Finished The House of My Mother by Sherry Frankie. Very good, but very heavy memoir. Next up, finishing Our Winter Monster by Dennis Mahoney. Our Winter Monster. I like that title. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed your first book. You can check one off your list. You're making great progress. No reading done for Emily. Watched Rainy's recent video and did the dishes. I have to hand wash. I hate hand washing dishes, but I do have some that I have to hand wash. But I'm glad that Rainy could keep you company during some chores. I have some dishes I need to do as well. That was entirely a chore sprint, no reading. Maybe I'll treat myself to some reading in the next one. Yes. Go back and forth. Give yourself a little bit of a brain break. Or not a brain break, a physical break. Give yourself some fun. 110 pages left of City of Bones. Are you enjoying it, Tara? Danny! Katie, how are you? Stopping by to say hi and hit the like button. Hope you're doing well, friend. I am doing well. It's a beautiful Sunday morning, and I'm getting some reading done, getting some chores done around the house, and I have some lovely friends here with me. So, yes, I hope you're doing great as well. Kisa has 12 pages left. Oh, feel free to mute and finish your book. Lots of people at the end of their books this morning. I love that. Hello again. I'm reading Caravel by Stephanie Garber. I'm at 28%. Wonderful. I hope you're enjoying it. Is this a reread or is this the first time you're reading Caravel? I've actually never read this series. I accidentally read is it Once Upon a Broken Heart? Is that what it was? That's like the sequel sister series. And I read the first book without realizing that I was supposed to read Caravel first. Yep, done that. Making some connections between time zones. That's awesome. I finished editing my video for today. It normally does not take me this long, but today is a different day. Is this because of the video, or maybe just having some other things, or the fact that you're not feeling well? That can always take things a little bit longer. And sometimes taking a little bit of time with editing can also make the editing, I think you're a little bit more creative because you're giving yourself a little bit more time. So, no worries. Take as long as you need. I'm 47. I've never had a dishwasher or a garage in Illinois, so it's needed. Oh my. Bless you, Emily. My first apartment that I had didn't have a dishwasher, and experiencing that, I was like, no, never again. That is a must for me. I grew up without a garage. And so, although now that I have one, I think that I would definitely miss it if I were to go without. But yeah, my parents still, because they live in the same house, still park outside in the winter. And yeah, that sucks, especially in Illinois. You definitely need a garage in those winter months. Having to sit and de-thaw your car when it ices. Ugh, that's the worst. I didn't get much reading done. Worked on our fantasy TBR for a bit. Lovely. I had a lot of fun creating mine, and I'm sure that I will go off the record or off books, I guess, for some of my TBR, but I do have a plan for the ones that I know will meet the prompts, but I'm excited about it. I think it's going to be fun. My first year. Actually, you'll have to let me know. Is this the first time you've participated in the Our Fantasy Bingo, or are you a veteran? Still not feeling well. Oh, you feel really sick. Maybe you should stop editing and just take care of yourself, Beatrice. That's not fun. Recently, or really enjoying A City of Bones. I read it when I was 10 years, or I was going to say 10 years old. I read it when it was 10 years ago. And now I want to get into the whole Shadowhunter universe. So rereading the 2 books that I've read already. Excited for the rest of them. Amazing. I love a reread, especially when you do have a series where you've read some of them, but it's been a minute. I definitely would not read a book after, having a decade in between books. So, which actually me and who was I talking to this morning? Someone was talking to me about the Kingkiller Chronicles with Patrick Rothfuss, and the fact that I think it's been 14 years since the second book came out. And I'm definitely gonna have to reread those. So I love a reread. I'm glad that you're getting back into it and you're enjoying it. It's a nonfiction, so a little break is okay. Yeah. Nonfiction I have to take slow. I really have to first I have to prepare myself mentally, to realize that I'm going to be in a nonfiction not, I was gonna say a nonfiction world, but a nonfiction, I'm getting information that is actually in my world, but I also have to pair it with usually a middle grade or like a palate cleansing fantasy, something that I don't have to pay super like hard attention to because yeah, my brain will revolt. So yes, taking breaks definitely okay. Oh no. I know. I hate feeling sick too, Beatrice. I'm so sorry. That sucks. Have been doing all the getting up things. Feed the cat, clear the cat boxes, just set up tea, and I will have breakfast and read in the next sprint. This sounds like a lovely morning, Jen. I'm glad that you're going through the motions, getting some stuff done, and you'll treat yourself in the next sprint. It's your first time reading Carval. I bought Once Upon a Broken Heart. That's what it is. Unfortunately, found out that this is a prequel just as I was about to start the first book. So I stopped. Yep. I did not find out before I read it. I'm glad that you did. Went to the library to pick up Carval. Good. I'm glad that you'll be reading them like in order, like in publication order, I guess. I hope you enjoy it. I'm disabled and don't have a dishwasher and it's rough. Yeah. I Yeah, it's not fun. I remember because the apartment that I lived in was when Brian and I first got married. And yeah, it was a learning experience for sure. And I have my hands get really, really dry. I've never been diagnosed, but I think I have some sort of eczema. I'm not exactly sure, but my hands will get like these like red scaly spots on them when I wash my hands a lot. And doing dishes definitely affects that. So yeah, it's not washing dishes is not fun. So yeah, definitely take care of yourselves. Give your guys some breaks during dishwashing because yeah, it's not fun. Good morning, reading Starter Villain. Ashley, I hope you enjoy it. I thought that was a lot of fun. I can't wait to get to his um, new book, which just came out. Or is it coming out this month? It's the When the Moon Is it When the Moon Hits Your Eye? Is that right? It's the one about the cheese, like the moon being made out of cheese. But I really enjoyed Starter Villain, so I hope you do too. I'm really excited about our fantasy this year, as all but one I already own and was planning on reading. Amazing. I love that that worked out, Emily. Started it last year, but I kind of forgot about it in the middle of the year. I get that. Hello, Rachel. I hope you're having a lovely day. I am. It's been a good morning. Returned to the convo late. Hope you're feeling better, Beatrice. Yeah. Being sick is not fun. Just finished editing my video. Amazing. Progress made this morning. By the way, Danny and Leandra, I've been thinking of you. I am doing a Mistborn reading, or I am, along with reading Mistborn, reading A Psalm for the Wild-Built, and I'm loving it. Aw, you're going on your moss cap adventure. I love that. Aw, we should talk. We should talk about what you think of it so far. I mean, I know you said that you love it, but like, what specific? I want details. What specifically are you enjoying about the story? Hoping to read When the Moon Hits Your Eye. Okay, I'm glad that I got the title right. I was like, I can see it in my head, like the moon with all like the little bits taken out of it because it's cheese. Yeah, I'm excited to read it. So does it come out this month? I know that I'm pretty sure, Leander, that you had an arc of it. So maybe it doesn't come out this month, or maybe it's not already out. I can't remember, but it comes out soon. And yes, Mosscap and sibling decks are the best. Love the internal thinking of decks and how they change things. Yeah, I know. It's fun to see someone um kind of changing the norm, or like getting out of what is expected of them, or um kind of the path that they've been set on, going off of the beaten path, I guess. And having that internal monologue is a lot of fun to see their thoughts. The Art Fantasy Bingo sounds fun. I think I'll join. You should. We have a lot of us, at least in my circle, that are doing it for the first time. So you're not alone. You should definitely join. Yes, hope Rachel's been well. Read Starter Villain and the Kaiju Preservation Society in January, and hope to read Red Shirts this month. So far, Starter Villain is my favorite. Amazing. My husband really likes Red Shirts, but it's Star Trek, right? Star Trekky fan. And I've watched Star Trek before, but I was not like a diehard fan. I just think it's kind of fun. And so I haven't read Red Shirts yet. I don't know if I'll get all the references, but he really enjoyed it. I've heard mixed reviews on the Kaiju Society, or Kaiju Preservation Society. So I haven't read that one yet, but good to know that you enjoyed Starter Villain the most. Enjoying how he and Moscap were presented, and the whole scene was so fun. Yes, them getting to know each other, especially because if you guys don't know about A Song for the Wild Built, Moscap is the robot, and robots have like disappeared for a decade. So it's very fun when they finally meet. Okay, came out in late March, and you have an arc. You feel to read ahead of time. Hey, no worries. um, oh, no worries. No worries. Almost 5 chapters of both books. Amazing. I'm a bit of hey, you don't feel well. I get it. No need to apologize. I'm enjoying Dex's journey, and also how Dex just wants to hear the crickets, and it's kind of making me think of what is worth in the end. I loved the cricket commentary, like the fact that we're paying attention to how, like, listening to the silence, kind of, and missing different elements of your, like where you came from. I don't know. I love that book. I need to reread it. Is anyone in our general circle setting up in our fantasy challenge and Storygraph? Not assigning that task, just wondering. I do not know. I'm not on Storygraph. Don't come for me. So it won't be me, but if I find out, I'll let you know, Jen. I haven't heard anybody doing this so far. Loving Starter Villain. I had to put it on pause for a buddy read and was rushing through the buddy read to get back to it. I've been there. I tried to read Kaiju Preservation in the last couple of weeks and DNF'd it. Yeah, I've heard really mixed reviews about that one. I don't know that I'm going to give that one a try. Scalzi says in the afterword that it was a COVID book, and he wrote it to be a super light confection/pop song, but it didn't work for me. Yeah. I like, though, that I like it when authors do that. Just talk about, the time frame that a book was written and like maybe circumstances that they wrote it in. I think it adds such texture to the story. Found Kaiju entertaining, but also had the audio for that one. Starter Villain and Red Shirts. I have the physical only. I'm trying to remember. Did I read Starter Villain physically, or did I read it on audio? I don't remember. I think I read it physically. And it's super short. Kaiju is longer, I think. But I haven't read it, so maybe I'm wrong. To my understanding, there's already a Storygraph challenge set up. By who? Is it by the people who run our fantasy? I've heard there's already an our fantasy Storygraph. Not sure who hosts it. We'll have to go digging. Trying to get my Kickstarter polished because it launches next month. Oh my goodness. And get the stuff prepped for D&D. We went from monthly meets to 2 times a week, or to two maybe bi-weekly. Is that how you say that? So I must be doing something right as the DM. Got to get all your stories straight, right? Right, Rachel? Starter Villain was super fun. Really enjoyed it. I did. I thought it was really fun. Oh, look. Leandra has it. So here is the Storygraph challenge for those of you who want to participate in our fantasy. I love that. I need to set up a Storygraph account. I really want to do it at the beginning of the year, though, and I told myself I was going to do it this year, and I didn't do it. So yeah, you guys should look that up if you're wanting to keep track. I'm assuming the challenges on Storygraph allow you to keep track of what books fit in each prompt. I'm going to keep like a graphic throughout the year. Will you watch the Minecraft movie? It's a hit for the youths. I'll watch it on TV. I didn't know there was a Minecraft movie, Ro. I'll have to look that up. That's fun. Yes. Thanks for the link. My mom had it the other day, and I think I just caught it. Yeah. That happens. Spread it around, unfortunately. Happy to put my wrench of power to use. Yes, please do. Uh-huh. Basically eaten a few cookies and a small pastry, like a Magdalene? Is that how that's pronounced? And tea. Definitely have to take care of yourself. Oh, and a bit of toast. Toast is definitely good when you don't feel well. Hopefully that helps. It's been a chaotic mess, but they did put together a lot faster than I gave them credit for. Um, Santa is behind it all. I don't know what that means. Very mysterious, Rachel. Are you doing a dungeon role where Santa is involved? Okay, Magdalene. Awesome. So it's Norse gods versus Santa, and he's not jolly. It's kind of like a Krampus, then. Is that right? Is that how you say that, Krampus? Oh, that's fun. I like that, Rachel. How inventive. Well, friends, we are ready for another sprint. Oop, a couple more comments came in. I think I'll try and film my reading journal while listening to Miss Bourne. Yeah, treat yourself. Take it slow. And if you don't get anything done today, that's fine. Taking care of yourself is more important. But if I think reading, like filming your reading journal, I think you can do that maybe without speaking, which could potentially be a little chill. And well, yeah, because you said you're going to be listening to Miss Bourne, um, and so you can do a voiceover later when you're feeling better. That's a good idea. So we're going to do another 60-minute sprint, my friends. Once again, I'm going to be on camera for half of it. So I'm going to go and take my laundry out, do some things, get ready for lunch maybe, and then I'll be back. Still listening to A House of Bells. I hope you guys are being productive today. Take care of yourselves. Get some hydration so we don't have Christina in the comments. Get a drink for yourself, get a snack, and I will see you guys in 60 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Let me know what you guys got up to in the comments. I got to 26% of A House of Bells, and I think I was wrong. I don't think that we were in the past. I think that we're on the same timeline. So that was just something, I think, to tell us about where our main character Grace is headed. But we found out a little bit more about her at this point in time, that she can see spirits, and she definitely has a sordid past that she's dealing with. So, if you are interested in this book, I would definitely recommend looking up trigger warnings, because there's already been a couple of things that are uncomfortable. So just be aware of that. During that sprint, I did a load of laundry. I ate some lunch, or made and ate some lunch, and cleaned up a little bit around the living room. So, um, yeah. So I was not on camera for as long as I thought I was going to be, because making lunch, I don't like to eat on camera. I'll do it every once in a while, but I don't like it. And so I made lunch and then ate in my dining room, which was the second half of my sprint. But I'm enjoying it so far. I'm enjoying the book so far. So I think that it's going to be a quick read too, because it's only, I think, 8 hours on audio. Yeah, 8.5 hours on audio. And it's a pretty easy listen so far. So I think it'll be a win, which will be a good thing. Let's see, where did we leave off? Here. Alicia popped in to say hello. So I know that you're probably on your own sprints. I need to pop over in the next sprint. It's on my list of things to do. But thank you for popping in and saying hello. Vanessa is here. Hello, Vanessa. Good morning. Hope you're well. I'm currently reading Say You'll Remember Me for a book club. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. Thanks for joining us, Vanessa. Brittany's also here. Hello, Brittany. Just sitting down to do some editing. Lots of editing happening this morning. I hope Beatrice got her editing done. And I know Leandra had gotten hers done last sprint. So join the party, friend. That sprint did go by really quickly. I had to keep coming in here and checking just to make sure that I still had enough time. 45 pages left of City of Bones. Amazing. You'll definitely finish today, unless you don't want to, unless you want to savor it a little bit. But I got a couple of player character specific ideas jotted down, blending sentimentality, humor, and itty bitty bit. Oh, an itty bitty bit. An itty bitty bit of trauma and sadness. I mean, that's what makes characters feel real, right? I love that. I could never be a DM. But it makes sense because you're an author. So you like to write stories. I like to write stories too, but the amount of work and effort that I know, my husband plays D&D with some guys that he's friends with, and the amount of effort that I know his DM puts in is absolutely bonkers. So and I just think it's so fun. I think it's a very people-centric game, D&D. I know, like, it gets a lot of crap from outside sources of being, like, a place for nerds or whatever, but I love it. I think that it's so intriguing. It's a way to spend time with people and in a creative space. So I'm glad that I think it's becoming a little bit more, like, well-loved. I think it's always been well-loved by its community, but I think it's more accepted now than it was, like, when I was in high school. I have 14 pages left of Wall of Storms, but the big finish is over and we're wrapping up. That will link to the next book. Totally gutting. Oh no, lots of comments and shrieks. I've heard that. I think a lot of people say that book is their favorite in the Dandelion Dynasty. I think. I'm pretty sure, because that's the one that has the skull on the front cover, right? Hello, Andy. He has come to claim his chair. Well, I hope that you liked it, even though it was gutting. I know that can be hit or miss depending on what exactly happens. That time I did more chores and read 2 chapters of Spin and Fate. You're just getting a ton of stuff done, Tennille. make sure you're taking care of yourself too. Give yourself some breaks. I got about 20% of the Tainted Cup reread. Love it. Are you still enjoying it? How is it upon reread? I haven't reread that one yet. I can imagine that it would be very fun because after Leandra and I have talked about this because Leandra is, the queen of mysteries, and I am a baby when it comes to reading mysteries. But I think that rereading a mystery is very fun because you know the ending, and so you can look for the little bits and breadcrumbs that you didn't get the first time through. And the fact that this is a fantasy mystery, I think even adds to that because there's so much in the world for the world building that you might have been confused upon, like throughout reading it the first time, that you can really pay attention to details now that you're reading it a second time. So I hope that it's fun. Planning my TBR for our fantasy bingo. Woo woo. Your video reminded me too many good options though, so I'm trying to be decisive. Well, I'm glad that I could give you some tips or recommendations and be a little bit of a reminder. There are definitely, I feel like the prompts are very versatile, and you can kind of make them work for what you're in the mood for. I think that it's a very mood reader centric challenge because a lot of the prompts I feel like you could just happen upon in your reading throughout the year. So, but I'm glad, Natalie, that you've gotten into your TBR, giving yourself some options. It's nice to have like a list of things that you can go to. Well, I pitched the idea, your Norse gods waking up in a mortal realm, but none of them gave much background. So you get to kind of mess with it and fit it for each player. So you get to be creative. Amazing. It's a good outlet. Finished my book and started a new one while exercising on my walking pad. I want to get one of those. I don't know if you guys, I can't remember her name, but the girl who kind of went viral on Instagram for dancing on her walking pad. I love watching her videos and I think it would be fun. It would definitely be something I would do. Listen to music while walking, kind of dancing around. I think it's funny, but I'm glad that you got some walking in and started a new book. You'll have to let us know what book you've started. And yes, Andy is here. His little kitty ear in the corner. He's decided that, I don't know, he wants to cuddle. He was sleeping in the bedroom, so I don't know what brought him out, but I think he does know when I'm on sprints with you guys because he does this as well when Leandra and I will record for the podcast, because anytime I'm talking to my computer, he will come in the room and kind of circle my desk. So he definitely knows that there's something going on. Okay, The School with the Antlers. It's a fantastic book. Just some gutting events. Yeah. Yeah, that the first story or the first book, I mean, there were some really harsh things that happened there too. So I imagine that's just going to be a story that focuses on that. But I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Today is a busy day. Hopefully there will be some breaks in the evening. Yeah, fingers crossed that you can get some you time in, some relaxing time in this evening. Because who wants to start the week having, done so much on the weekend? I mean, I know it's refreshing to like get that stuff done off of your mental plate, but it's also nice just to have a little bit of time to relax. Look at you, an expert mystery reader in the making. Proud moment. I do. I think that it's interesting. Mystery is not something that I had really gotten into. I mean, I'm sure that I've read them while I was in high school and things like that, but it wasn't a genre that I ever really stuck with. So recently, having that kind of come back full circle and being able to see what fun it is to reread mysteries. Yeah, it's fun. Everybody loves an Andy visit. Indeed. Love rereading a mystery. I like looking at the characters. Like, I know what you did. I love that. And I think it's funny. I think it definitely adds a different perspective for you to really pay attention to the villain of the story, especially if, like, the first time reading it, it was really, really well hidden. So, yeah, I think it's good. Typically, I hate dream sequences and flashbacks, so it's weird to draw those up and help each player make their own character lore. I was worried I wouldn't vibe with it well, so I'm happy I like it. I'm happy you like it too, Rachel. Yeah, it's not fun to do something that you're not enjoying. So I'm glad that it worked out. Enough to say, instead of 1 times per month, how about 2 times per month? Yeah, I think Brian and his group meet. I think they were trying to do twice a month, but it just ended up not working. So I think they do meet once a month. Andrew, you're clawing me. Quit it. I don't know how people do it that allow their cats to like knead them, because I love him, but his little claws are sharp and I don't have fur to protect my skin. So I stop him when he does it. At least like I'll move his little paw, but he does not like it. He does not like his paws being touched. Yeah, he's like, "Who's she talking to? Who's this person in my house?" It's called Linus. Uh, ooh, I don't know that I should try and pronounce that. Linus, How I Became the Man Who I Always Was. The story of a trans guy. Yeah, I'm not going to try and pronounce. Is that Dutch, maybe? Um, yeah, I'm not going to try and pronounce that, but interesting. So, is it because it's in a different language? Are you reading it in that original language, or are you reading a translation? I'm just curious now. Oh wait, you might have answered this. I don't know if there's an English version of the book. Okay, so you're reading in. Is it okay? That or it's German. I was like, I don't know. Amazing. Well, I hope you like it. Cat biscuits require trimmed cat claws. Yep, he doesn't allow me to do that either. We have a lot of cat scratchers and stuff like that around the house, so he can not trim his claws, but he can maintain his claws in a healthy fashion. But he's I have always had cats that we've gotten as kittens. My parents live out in the country, and so we always had, unfortunately, a lot of cats dumped on us, and some of them would be pregnant, and then we would end up keeping kittens. And so I'm used to kind of training cats from when they were very, very young to be okay with clipping of the nails and allowing you to fiddle around with their feet. But we adopted him as he was already, I think he was probably 1 or 2 when we got him, because he was full grown and he had been in a pretty bad situation. And I think he's a little cantankerous with certain things. He's come a long way, but that's something that I don't need his claws to be trimmed. And so I try not to do things that make him uncomfortable because of where he came from. Now, I don't know if that's also me being an enabler, because he's definitely been with us for, I think, 8 years now. So he should be comfortable enough. I think he's just a cantankerous little turd that doesn't allow his paws being touched. Okay, you're from Germany. Well, welcome. I mean, you've been here for for a while, but um amazing. This is one of the reasons I absolutely love being on the internet, because everyday life, I'm not going to run into anybody from Germany. Well, I could, I guess, but most of the time I'm not going to run into anybody from any other countries. And so I love the fact that the book community and just online in general allows people from all over the world to talk to each other about the things that they love. And in this case, we can talk about books. So that's amazing. I'm really happy about that. So thanks for joining. Um, yeah, but I would be interested. I'll have to look it up and see um, if they have an English translation, because we've been talking about that. Leandra and I have our podcast, Not Reading for Content, and we're in the middle of a season where we're reading translations, and we're actually reading a German translation, Inkheart. So I've always been intrigued with translations, and I've always wanted to read them in their original language. I do not speak any other languages. The only language that I have partially spoken in my lifetime is French. I did take French in high school, but I don't remember any of it because I don't use it, because we don't have a lot of French-speaking people around the area, and it's hard whenever you don't use something, you lose it. But I've always been interested. I actually talked to Beatrice about this because she recently did a video on translations on her channel about how many books, like one book in a series will get translated, but not the others. Or whether or not, a translation is actually a good representation of what it like the vibes, I guess, of the book in its original language. And so it would be nice to be able to read a book in its original language and in English and see like compare and contrast. I think that would be a really cool video, like a really cool discussion to have with people. Books that are really well translated and then others that kind of miss the mark, and why, like why that happens. Is it just the content that was really hard to translate, or was that something, maybe the translator didn't have much experience, or, I'm sure that there's a whole bunch of different causes, but I just think that's so interesting because getting to read books that have a very, what's the word? Like are culturally soaked in their own cultures being translated to other works. I just think it allows us to be able to see from a different perspective, and I love it. So I've really been having fun with my translations. But let's see. I can't find a non-German version of Linus. Okay. Well, bummer. Maybe I'll just have to learn German. My mom actually took German in high school, so she knows some, but once again, we don't use it very often. I was thinking of reading a translation of The Throne of Glass in French, but there are at least 2 different translations. So that's an interesting thing too. Throne of Glass is a pretty well-known book, and so maybe that's why it has 2 different translations. But like, is it 2 different translations in French? Maybe, okay, Quebec. Is it Quebecos? Is that how they say that? Like people from Quebec or Quebec, not Quebec, and France French. Okay, 2 different French translations. Interesting. Yeah, that would be fun to see the difference even between the same language. Huh. I mean, the same language, different dialects, I guess. I think that's how you'd say that. Huh. That would be fun too. Quebec. Yeah. Okay, Quebeco or Quebecois. Huh. I didn't know that there was actually a word for that. Huh. You learn something every day. Close. I learn more English through books than in school. Yeah, I bet so. It is it's a different thing whenever you're reading a story, right? Like there's with it in school, they're trying to teach you the grammar and the formatting of different languages. Whereas if you're reading it in a book, you're trying to make sense of it in a story, or if it's, I guess it's not, if it's nonfiction, someone else's life, things like that. I do think that it's more impactful when you're reading it that way. Translation is such an art. There's so much more than word for word when there's cultural references and idioms that are meaningless in other languages. So I admire people who can do it well. Yes, 100%. Very well said, Jen. The idioms especially. There have been so many books that I've picked up where I don't understand. Like something will be phrased and I'm like, I don't get the phrase, and it will be an idiom. So it's definitely an art form. Disappeared for a while, but now I'm back. Welcome back. I read another 25 pages of Caraval and did some chores. Amazing. We have so many people who are being productive today. Maybe Quebecois? Quebecois? Not sure English because French pronunciation is so ingrained. Ah, yes. Thank you, Tennille. Well, sort of. I tried my best. The closest. Well, I appreciate you trying. Well, guys, we are going to do one more sprint. So this will be our last one, but we'll come back for a chatty bit. So for me right now, it's noon. So we're going to go until 1. I'll have the timer on, obviously. And I think I have a couple more things to do. I need to do another load of laundry, but I should be on camera for half of this sprint unless things go awry. That's my plan. So I hope you guys spend this last sprint being productive, getting some things done, enjoying your Sunday. We have one last comment. Last time I spoke any German was maybe 8 or 9 years ago. A group of us took a friend to celebrate their birthday at Oktoberfest fair and unwittingly used it when talking to a kiosk clerk. Interesting. That's fun. It's a fun memory. Yeah, I don't know when the last time I spoke French was. So, it's definitely something I should get back into. There's so many resources now online and things that it's easier to pick up language. I'm not gonna say it's easy by any means, but it is easier. So I just need to take the time to do it. Well, guys, we are gonna go on our last sprint. Go off and be productive. I will see you guys in an hour. Hello, friends. Welcome back from our last sprint. Let me know how you guys did, what you guys got done. I know I saw a couple of people in the comments over the sprint that we've finished some books, made some good progress today. I am currently at 47% of A House of Bells, and I really like it. I think it's really good. We've definitely gotten into the mystery component now. We're in the location where the original death happened. And we've gotten some more information about Grace's ability, which I think is going to be interesting in how that's going to work with what we have going on with this little girl that she's caring for. This book does have a lot of characters and discussion of speech. So there are a couple of mute characters. There are a couple of characters who are deaf. And the author even put in there's like a little tiny author's note at the very beginning, because this is historical, that some of the language used to describe people who have these disabilities is quite crude. And it's because she was trying to make it like a legitimate representation of what the time was. However, our main character is a really good advocate for speeches to change, like terminologies to change and stuff with the people that she's having communication with. So I like that aspect of it a lot. And the eeriness of her ability mixed with this mysterious death. And this little girl, the little girl that she's taking care of, is also ill. And it very much feels like we're on a time crunch. Like there's something going on in the background if we don't take care of it. Like there's an urgency, I guess I should say, with what's happening in the story because of certain things that have gone down, which I really like. I also got some laundry done, cleaned up a little bit in the living room, and then just sat and read and played some cards. Had a lovely morning. For the rest of the morning, I am so after I get off sprints, I will be recording with Leandra. We have our 2/3 recording for Inkheart today, and hopefully I'll be walking with my mom at some point today as well, and then maybe reading A Drop of Corruption this evening before getting ready for bed. Those are my plans. Let me know what you guys got up to, what your plans are for the rest of the day. Are you going to join someone else's sprints? I know there's probably lots of people sprinting right now. Tennille did say that she was off to play IT tech for her parents and deliver her mother's birthday gift. So I hope your mom has a lovely birthday, Tennille. And this was Rachel's comment on the discussion that she had in German with the hostess. I just heard her say something like, "It's been a busy day." Not in a complaint, just in a hurried kind of way. And I don't know why, but I just started a quick little "how's it going" conversation. I think people enjoy that though. Like when you can bring their culture and language and meet them there. I think that people appreciate it. So I'm glad that you did that. I like how your friends were surprised. Jen finished Wall of Storms. Loved it. There's so many ideas and ways of thinking wrapped into this fantastic story. This is one that I would really reward rereading, or that would really reward rereading, where you would see something different every time. I love that. I love when a story is detailed like that too, or you know that there's different pieces that you missed, or maybe missed like how important they were at the time. No worries, Ashley. I'm late to this. It's probably already been figured out. But I grew up an hour from Quebec, and Quebecos, Quebeco, Quebecos. No, what was it? Quebecois is pronounced. Oh, you're doing it. Quebecois, maybe. I'm awful at pronouncing even when I'm given the pronunciation, so I apologize. I'll spend the afternoon with non-reading activities to let the emotions settle after the big finish. I love that. I love that you have to kind of give yourself some time to like let it all sink in. I'm glad that you enjoyed it so much. Pick up Mask of Mirrors tonight so I can finish part 1 by the end of tomorrow. Yay! Are you liking it so far? I didn't realize there were parts in that book. I talked about this in my video when I was talking about our fantasy bingo because it's one of the prompts. Um, and I think that's funny because I don't ever notice when books have parts. That's not something I pay attention to. Speaking of our fantasy bingo, this book, A House of Bells, if you guys are interested in it, so if anything that I've said has piqued your interest, could be used for the parent prompt on our fantasy bingo, because she is taking care of being a governess. She is taking care of children. So I think it works. Finished City of Bones. Congrats. I hope you loved it. Finished getting Not Enough Spoons ready for tomorrow and started editing it on a haul. Oh, that first statement, Brittany. That's so relatable. Not enough spoons. Well, I hope that you can get some relaxation, maybe add a few more spoons prior to starting the week. And editing an unhaul, that's exciting. Getting some room on your shelves for some more books. That's how I view unhauls. I got the orphan lamb fed, did a quick bit of weeding because ADD, and made a sandwich. I hope your sandwich is delicious. I'm sure the orphaned lamb appreciated being fed. Nearly ready for our not reading for content recording. I have about 5 chapters left. Yeah, no worries. Like, I've got some things that I want to do. I'll message you on Voxer whenever I'm off sprints, and we can figure out what time we want to meet. So don't rush. Probably because I don't feel like talking about myself. I don't think I'm interesting, to be honest. You what? You are so interesting. So every now and again, when I say or do something, it gives the illusion of me being interesting. You're like the what have we called you in the past? Like the fairy princess because you have all your little animals and uh, Rachel, you are so interesting. I love hearing your stories. Yeah, thanks for being here, Ro. I appreciate you being here. Mask of Mirrors has 4 parts, but I for sure will use it for a clothes and fashion prompt. Yeah, I think that prompt is harder to fit than others, and it does meet hard mode because one of the characters is a seamstress. So I would never be able to find anything else to fit that. It's hard. I thought of another one, but I didn't write it down. It was in one of those moments where I was like walking around the house and I was like, oh, that book. That book actually features some fashion as well. You know, Darker Shades of Magic by V. Schwab, that has it's not like super integral, but the way that Lila dresses is mentioned multiple times, and like there's some high fashion within that as well. So yeah, it's definitely a harder prompt to fit for sure. Oh, I think I misunderstood this comment then. I was thinking the spoons. The spoons were like, isn't there a comment? Isn't there a way of thinking about you have to have enough spoons? You know, like you only have enough spoons to do a certain amount of tasks in a day, and you can only give so many spoons away. Is that not a thing? I misunderstood. What is not enough spoons? Is this a show? I am out of the loop, friends. Cue me in. It's a fun one. I've read the first 3 chapters, really enjoying the beginning. I'm so intrigued by the many threads of the story that are being introduced. I love it. I love that you use the word threads too. I don't know if that was intentional, but I love it. The character, like the cast of characters in that book is just absolutely phenomenal. And it just gets better with every book because you learn more and more about their backstories, but also the city and the inner workings of the underbelly. And there's so many good things to find out. That is the thing. No worries. We all have lots going on. And even I started a podcast called Not Enough Spoons for Mondays. Oh my goodness. I didn't know this. I am so like not caught up on BookTube. It's absolutely ridiculous. The queue in my watch later is awful. Well, this is what I'm going to do after sprints is I'm going to go watch the announcement for this and then yeah, put this on my calendar. How exciting, Brittany. Yay. It wasn't intentional, but yes, so very fitting. The book clearly inspires me. I love it. I love when little things like that happen. Makes me laugh. There's a YA fantasy about fashion. It's Chinese. You'll have to give us the title, Ro. This happens. Yes, we have too many friends doing too many things. Agreed. I know. I always feel bad because there's certain people that are just very, very good about it. I mean, I know like Kirsten from the Reading Nymph. She's so quick to comment on my videos after they come out, and I wait and I do them like in batches, and I'm like, just I need to be better about scheduling time to do this every day and not waiting until like a week and then I have 50 videos that I'm supposed to I'm supposed to watch, or not supposed to, but I want to watch. I want to support everyone. But yes, so little time, so many friends. Yeah, thanks for being here, Jen. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good week as well. Yes, make sure that we are using what's left of the weekend, guys, to prepare ourselves. It's lovely. This week is going to be amazing. If you come up with a system, pass it on. I'm also not good. I will let you know if I come up with something that works. I really think that I don't know, I need to make like a schedule or something. Because it's not something I know I can do daily, but I could like schedule time to do it like right before bed, on like Thursdays or something, or right before bed 2 days a week. Because the way that I do it now doesn't work for me. I need to get better about it. Yeah, thanks for being here, Tara. I appreciate it. And thanks for being here, Ezra. Thanks for sprints. Have a good rest of your day. Yes, you too. Thanks for sprints, Ashley. Thanks for being here. I really do appreciate you guys being here with me this weekend. And I know I have a lot of people that are on a lot of my sprints every other Sunday. So I really do appreciate it. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It's always a blast for us to be able to get things done, and have fun together and have really interesting conversations. I always learn something when I'm talking to you guys on sprints. Yeah, thanks for being here, Kisa. And yeah, I hope to see you around more frequently because I love having people from all over the world. I know we have several people in the audience here that are from Canada, and I don't know, I like building our little community. So I don't know, I don't think you've been on my sprints before, so I'm glad that we got to chat today. Hello, Brittany. Or not hello, Brittany. Goodbye, Brittany. My brain. Yeah, thanks for sprints. Thanks for being here, Brittany. I'm so excited about Not Enough Spoons. This is what I am doing after sprints today is I'm going to look up your announcement video and put it on my calendar. I think that's amazing. Spin the Dawn. Okay, Spin the Dawn. So if you guys need a YA fantasy for the high fashion prompt, there we go. There we have it. Well, my friends, I am going to sign off here. I hope that you have a lovely week, that you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Go and hang out with some other people on BookTube. Go check out, we have so many booktubers on here. Go check out all the booktubers channels if you need something to do. We have lots of people that are willing to make a whole bunch of excellent content. We have a whole bunch surrounding our fantasy if you guys are looking for ideas for prompts and things like that. But yeah, I will be back. I have a video coming out on Tuesday. I'll be back not next Sunday, but the Sunday after. I do sprints every other Sunday. So I would love to chat with you guys again in a couple of weeks' time. But that's all from me, friends. I hope you guys have a good day. Take care of yourselves.